presence. Heart is so alkaline.
Hi, I'm Macy, and I'm
Got a cute.
Up.
Nigga, you green screening?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool as fuck. That's cool. That's cool as fuck. To be honest, that's cool as fuck, bro.
What you up to?
Is, is that a real mustache?
No.
No.
Nope. That can change
So what
it
do you
like,
look like?
like this.
Change it again? Ha! That's crazy. That's crazy.
What you up to?
Are you streaming? Are you streaming?
Yep.
Damn, I also want to stream, bro. I also want to stream. You get money. Good money for it.
Depends where you stream. But I haven't monetized my channels.
They haven't yet. Bro, I bet you can make great money on that thing.
Yeah.
Dude, how do you make your background like that? That is crazy. Wow. What's going on here?
Do it from a PC.
Is this like the paid monkey version or what?
No? I do it all
Can
from
you
my
show me?
PC.
Cool.
Up. What are you doing?
I'm fucking Taylor Swift.
You Taylor Swift.
Yeah, I'm a fucking devil.
Interesting.
I'm watching you in my yard, making my nipples run hard. Wish you'd lose the bodyguard so I could lick your face. I love your black nappy hair and those hot suits that you wear. I'm wearing your underwear that I stole from your place. I'm a total psycho, spying through a window. I'll kill that Michelle and take over as first lady. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm freaking crazy when I do your wife. You will marry me. You're the Obama. Will be my new name. I'll make you stop it since your first campaign.
Oh, I don't know you. You're freaking crazy. You look like a dude. Your eyes are lazy. And you really need to stop talking me. You're just in that thing.
be happy.
Ah,
Up.
what a fine moustache. You seem
Thank
to
you.
be coordinated beautifully graphically.
Thank you.
Well done. How's your evening been?
Pretty good, and yours?
Lacking some of the most fundamentally important elements have been gained, and if knowledge isn't
I can't hear you.
if knowledge has not been gained, can an evening be significant?
Nope. Knowledge is everything. Knowledge is power.
Indeed. Knowledge is power. Where are you from in South Africa?
Joburg.
Joburg. I used to live with some guys from Pretoria, but
Oh,
I've never
nice.
been there. Love to come. Never been there. Love to come and see one day, man. Love to.
How's UK going right now?
I've only been back here for like a little while. Seems to be. I'm gonna play devil's advocate and say it's a burning shithouse of like post-capitalist fire. Like we are waiting for the fucking demons to fucking arise.
Haven't they already?
Well, I mean, a lot of them have, and you know what's weird? They didn't bring their women or children, with them. So, yeah, I don't know.
If you want my uncensored opinion, I'd say that UK kind of needs a bit of a revolution there.
I think we don't have it in us. Like, the British Empire was built on the guts of the kind of humans I hate, and possibly the greatest empire that ever existed. But it was built on the kind of unhumanistic guts that kind of people here are fucking weak and fucking feeble, like it's embarrassing, especially the men, and I say that from a stronger point of view because I realized that like 7 years ago when I lived here, I was one of them.
Are you specifically referring to like the lefty liberals or overall?
Yeah. I used to be a card-carrying, idealistic liberal. And my ideas about humans haven't changed, but like the main topics over which entirety of fucking national policy are formed are then now based on J.K. Rowling's tweets. What the fuck?
I wouldn't say it's all based on J.K. Rowling. Like, for the most part, I see a lot of things about the UK, and I think a lot of people are kind of getting, they're kind of getting tired of being betrayed by your government.
My statement was more kind of like sensationalistic. but we are being betrayed. But at the same time, the same money they're spending on asylum seekers is the same money they don't collect from tax from Amazon, Apple, and Google. Like, but then it does become an easy way to like divide and conquer.
Well,
It's
essentially,
impossible.
that's what's happening to you is you're getting conquered, and they're just calling it multiculturalism.
Maybe. Or they even call it monoculturalism. Like, eventually, we're all going to give a little bit of a fuck about fucking fucking the 6-year-olds. You know, we late stage capitalism is primed for an absolute fucking breakdown in society. I literally tried to put money on it yesterday, and I wanted to bet on Finland. I thought they would win.
So it kind of sounds like you're against capitalism. So if that is the case, then what political ideology do you suggest that would work?
You think? Do you think capitalism is a political ideology or an infrastructure of economics?
Both.
It's no, it's not, because well, Adam Smith, my countryman, the father of economics, if you will, it's a system which works in communist and capitalist countries. It's flourished, in fact. What has failed has been communism or capitalism.
Yeah,
And
but
various
wouldn't you say the economical side of it is the way that it's driven, but the political side of it is how it's implemented? That's why I say maybe it's both.
Pardon? Could you repeat that?
So what I'm trying to say is the reason why I think it's both is because don't you think that the economic side of it is the way that it's driven, and the politics side of it is the way that it's implemented?
Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah. So that's why I say I think it's both.
Could you think of an overarching umbrella statement to clarify how and why that's happened?
Well,
and I appreciate that's a very hard question.
So, me personally, what I believe is what happens in democracy is we have an illusion of a voting system, right? So we'll get the choice of certain political parties, and they'll all go out screaming election time, asking you to vote for them, and then they'll try to promote certain policies that they will try and lure you in with, and try and convince you why they are the better party to vote for. But then, like in every democracy in the world, when this happens, how many times do you actually get what you voted for? Almost never. So it's kind of like an illusion to me. And this is why I think, it doesn't necessarily work, because no matter what you want and what you want that party to vote for, they end up making the rules, they end up making the policies, and they end up implementing it with or without your consent, essentially, whether you voted for them or whether you voted against them.
Like Chomsky, the manufacturer of consent. Like Noam Chomsky, yeah. Like the manufacturer of consent. And I am by no means a flag waver of him. Everything you said, my friend, it was articulate to me, correct, broadly spoken, correct around the world. I have an idea which doesn't diverge from yours, but it's this. Like, our biological evolution is so far behind our spiritual evolution that we are doomed to destroy each other right now.
Your mark's very bad, though. I can't understand everything you're saying.
What?
I say your mark's very, very bad.
You think I'm mad?
Yeah, that's like your mark is you roboting essentially. What it sounds like. Up. What was that?
Hi, how are you?
Up.
What's up?
Happening.
Not much.
What's
How
up
do you do
there?
that on your? How do you do that on your screen?
What, the background or the filters?
The background.
I do it from my PC.
What program do you use?
It's an app that I use through my graphics card called NVIDIA Broadcast.
How do you connect it to Monkey?
Well, NVIDIA Broadcast is for my camera, and then all I do is the Monkey app. The camera settings that I use, I just say connect it to NVIDIA Broadcast.
Pretty cool though.
And then the background is the same deal.
So you ready from the Republic of South Africa?
Yep. Why? Are you surprised?
Nah, it's just you don't look like someone from South Africa.
What does someone from South Africa look like?
I guess there are a lot of white people down there though.
4.5 million of us. 7% of the population.
Okay.
You from Jamaica?
Yeah.
You don't sound very Jamaican though.
I don't speak patois.
Okay. So what you doing? What you up to?
It's my birthday tomorrow.
Oh well, happy birthday for tomorrow.
Yeah. I make music. You wanna check it out?
Sorry, say again?
I make music. You wanna check it out?
Oh, play me something.
Type that in on YouTube.
BMX.
This brim, yeah. Block on boy, I feel dead when me pop down.
That sounds a bit more Jamaican.
What song are you listening to?
The very first one, the 30 Kills Brimhouse.
That's me featuring my friend.
So you make like what is it, like a style of rap music?
Yeah. See the guy that I was sitting beside on that picture?
Yeah.
He committed suicide about 2 or 3 months ago.
Wow.
Yeah. He was one of my good friends.
Why did he do that though?
I don't know.
Well, that's very unfortunate and sad.
Yeah, it is.
It's not the way to go out. Definitely not. So you're gonna carry on with your music career, or what's your plans?
I don't have a music career. I do it for fun.
Okay. But you never know where it might take you though.
Yeah. What's your name?
Michael.
My name is Thomas.
Good to meet you, Thomas. So, what's with the tattoo on your forehead? What does it mean?
It's a cross. It's a cross for Jesus.
Okay. You're religious?
Yeah.
Awesome. Sounds good. I'm not really religious though. Like I believe in God, I'm just not religious.
Okay. Are those the two guys from that YouTube? I mean that YouTube advertisement,
Who? Which one?
the one in your background.
So what? Like the frog, yeah.
Yeah, the
Or
frog and the gray dude.
yeah. So the frog, his name is Pepe the frog, and then the other gray dude that you saw, they normally call him Soy Jack,
Okay.
and then they're just a bunch of memes, really.
Yeah. All right, man. Get off
Cool.
here now. It was good talking to you.
Peace, man. Take it easy.
All right.
Cheers.
Then ask why ain't nobody you a car. How is I'm paying these notifications? Then ask why he's just lying and fucking.
Baby.
Right, it's you again. I met you the other day.
I don't remember.
Why you look so depressed?
Oh, they flew.
Away, Owens?
What is this? Oh yeah. Me bro.
What you guys up to?
Nah, once is manadi. Wanna pipe in me bro.
Just slutting up long there.
Huh?
You're just slutting up long there.
I'm smoking a pipe.
But some soul.
Wow. Like, wow. Last night I was out there. Oh my.
¿Cómo lo quito? Ay, ¿qué es eso?
Oh. Yes. Right.
Wait, what? You look like a cardboard cutout. How'd you do that?
Filters.
What is it?
Filters.
Wait,
Yeah, like
Republic
this.
of. Oh, whoa. That's cool. I like that.
Like this. A bit weird.
Are you real?
Yeah. Definitely real.
Oh, I thought you like a game.
Nope.
Cool.
Oh.
How did you do that?
Magic.
Oh,
Meow. Meow. Go. Dang.
share screen there. Share screen there, Puma.
The fuck going on? Small if you gay. The fuck going on, bro? This nigga changing his ski masks.
Yep.
Who just walked past the camera?
Nobody.
Sit down.
Everybody. No, 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 no. Yeah. Super, super. Yeah, yeah.
Ow.
Cadbury Lunch Bar, celebrating 60 years of much, much more. Ah. Little white power cage.
I talked to you before.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, I was on Gypsies Crusaders live stream. It's pretty cool.
It's my dream, bro. You made me.
Nice.
You know. Yeah.
How's it going?
It's going pretty good. How's it going for you?
Pretty good. I got a
It's crazy.
question.
I thought about you yesterday, and I'm like, I wonder how he's doing. You know.
I actually clipped the section where I spoke to you in my live stream, and I made it a specific video.
Oh, you did? What's your channel called? I'll look it up.
Yeah, I'll top it for you.
Right,
What platform?
Whatever part I was in. I'm just trying to see.
So you can just search that, Twitch, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, whatever.
Mm-hmm. What did people like me, not like me? What do people say?
So I don't like have a very huge following because these are still very, very new channels. I used to be a gamer before this, but you know, it's all gay now, so I don't game anymore. But I got a question for you. So what does your family say about like the Nazi symbols and all that on your wall?
Okay, so my mom does not really support it, but she kind of understands where I'm coming from, like the problems with the issue in America and the Jews. She's a preschool teacher. I'm not gonna spell like gram ass. I would begin on, but she's a preschool teacher. She doesn't watch Gypsy Crusader. My dad, me and my dad have a good laugh at Gypsy Crusader's live stream. We watch him together, and he's not really racist. He says nigger every once in a while, like jokingly to me, but yeah.
So how much do you know about all of this? Like, do you know about like the 88 precepts and all that?
The 88 what?
88 precepts. You know what the 88 precepts are?
No.
So you know where
Enlighten
you know where you know what 1488 is.
Yeah, 1488. Yes.
So the 88 is in the 1488 is the 88 precepts. So the 14 is the 14 words.
I thought it was like I know what 1488 means, but I don't know what 88 precept means.
Yeah, well, the 88 in 1488 is the 88 precepts. So you don't know what the 88 precepts are? That's fine. You no, it's not that you're dumb. I don't think you're dumb at all. I think you're actually very, very far ahead of most kids your age. And it's fine that you don't know because you're still young. You still got a lot to learn. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But, you know, I would really, if I were you, I'd go and look up the 88 precepts and understand what all of those mean. Basically, it's the rules.
It means like hit. It was like I forgot what it's called, but I talked to my brother about it. And he's like, "You don't know what that is?" I'm like, "No." I'm like, "What does it mean?"
So the 88 precepts is essentially 88 rules that that we live by, and it's basically telling you how to live with natural law. That's all it's really telling you. Yeah, but if I were you, I'd definitely go look that up and get familiar with those as well. So do you know what the 14 words are? Come on, you don't even know the 14 words. That's an easy one.
Bro, I knew what. Bro, I don't have that fucking memorized. I don't. I know what 1488 associates with.
What does it associate with?
The ideology. I know what it associates with, but.
So it's the symbolism for that.
Meaning of the words of the context of it.
Okay. Well, like I say, you're still young, so it's fine if you don't know all these things. You've still got a long way to go. But I do think that you're much further ahead than most kids your age, which is a good start. So what
am I on the YouTube part? What part was I on?
Well, you were on all the channels essentially. But what I did, what I did was I clipped the part of you, and then I downloaded that so that I could use it in future content.
Don't make me look stupid.
No, I won't.
But
So the 14 words is
have a nice wide day, dude.
I'm gonna tell you the 14 words first. You can write it down or record it or whatever you need to do though, and then I'll definitely give you a white power though. So it says we must secure an existence for our people and a future for our children. That's the 14 words.
Yeah, I know it meant like future for white children. I know that. Like, I'm like, there's something about future for white children.
Yeah.
I remember that because I'm a white children.
Exactly. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 15. I turned 15 on August 8th, so very recent.
Nice. Well, white power to you, brother. Have a good one.
Thank you, dude. You too.
Take it easy.
You too.
Let me put my own. Let me put my own.
Hello?
What up?
Playing. Oh, we're watching something? What's
I
going
mean,
on?
you might be. I'm just chilling.
What's your green screen?
Pepe
What's
the
going
Frog.
on? Why though?
Because I can. Why not?
I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. It's complete. That's valid. Valid. It's valid. But why?
Why not? You're smoking a little bit of weed there.
Yeah, but Pepe, it's like a dead meme.
Not really.
Yeah. He's dead. He's not in Fortnite.
Fortnite doesn't apply to me. Like, it doesn't appeal to me at all.
It should.
Why? It's gay. Sorry, not you.
Yo, jij's cool.
What's up, bro?
You get all the bitches.
I don't care about bitches. I don't care for any relationship nonsense.
What is this filter cock going on here?
I mean, you pretty much answered your own question. It's filters.
Yes, is very dom.
Hey, what's up, Colton? Nice, man. You're the kid from Omegle, right? What's up? Pretty good. What's up? What you up to? It's just Snapchat filters. Yep. Go bird. Michael, and yours? Michael, yours? Good to meet you. Nice to meet you, Adrian. I'm 34. 34. 34. 34. You like, I don't know, 18? Maybe a bit younger? 16. Younger? What grade you in? So you're like 14 then. What you doing on Omegle? Okay. Cool. Well, take it easy. Cheers, man. Ah, Taylor Swift. Well, have fun with that. It's raining in Centurion. Okay. Yep. It's just the background. It's for free. It was free for me. Nothing? Good, are you? What's with the... It's just the background. That why you're wearing the hat? If it makes you feel any better, this is not my real hair, and my hair is kind of thick, so very, very difficult to control. Cool, I'll wear a hat just like you. Up. Pretty good in here. Ah, just chilling in you. From KZN. What you working on? What you working on? You busy making... What are you making? Animal fat. What do you use it for? What do you use it for? Oh, animal feed. Okay. You guys like on a farm? Ah, it's just a background. Kind of, yeah. But I can change. See. Well, I can be a therapist. Hey. This dude is so gay. Will, Will Smith was never it though. Some strange creatures out there. Stop. Stop. What's happening? Yeah, just a filter with added things onto my face. I can change that. No. Why do you? Because of the background. Yeah, yeah. Nope. This app is dead today. But pretty good. You? Interesting. I don't know. I just want to see the cats again. I make noise. Hey. Up. Again? Go. You're supposed to hold that shit in for at least a minute. No coughing, eh? Better luck next time. Useless. Yours too. I need it. You too. Right, you're not French. Get the fuck out. Why are you hiding in the dark like a chocolate? Retard.
Show your face, bro.
This is
I'll
my
take the
face.
mask off. I'll take the mask off.
What the fuck?
Hi. What game are you playing?
Stop. I'm not playing any games.
What game are you playing? How?
Not playing any games.
How?
What's that? But yeah, so
Oh.
What up, dude?
Didn't pick you over your friend. What is
Oh my god.
I'm
I need
following
you
you.
again.
I'm following you, and you following me.
I'm not following you, you following me.
I'm following you, but you're also following me.
Where?
So whenever I come to see you, then you always make a spin back, and then you come and see me again.
Let's try that out. If I skip you and then meet you again,
Then you
I'm
following me.
killing you.
So
Yeah.
I'm here to tell you I'm following you, but if I see you again, it's because you're following me.
Bet. Alright.
time out? Yo, what the fuck is that?
What in a genetic mistake happened to you?
Same fuckery. How do you do that?
Good, are you?
I'm saying
Yo, what's
Yep.
up, bro?
Are you enjoying that?
What's up, bro?
What's happening?
Why are you an anime character?
I'm not an anime character.
You look like a gang.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
What's happening?
Hi.
How's it going?
That's a friend.
The what now?
The frog, that's a friend.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly that.
a far right national Ethiopian.
Far right ethno nationalist.
That's what I'm saying.
Pepe.
Yeah, do you like nationalism?
I like National Socialism.
Nice. What do you think about Adolf Hitler?
Love him.
Love him?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Nice. Nice to meet you, man.
Good to meet you too. You know, I'm also I'm not German, but I'm of German descent.
Nice. Wait, what is the flag? What is your flag? Republic of?
So my surname comes from Lower Saxony, Germany.
Really?
Yes.
What is your surname?
I don't want to say it because I'm on stream.
Oh, okay. Are you live?
Yep.
Where are you live?
Twitch, Kick, Rumble, and YouTube.
Twitch? You're gonna got banned soon
For what?
for raising my arm.
I mean, that's not really a reason to get banned now, is it?
Is it not?
Nope.
Is it uncensored dab? Wait.
That's it.
Is that your Twitch name?
Yep. I debate political issues, and then I also do history revisionism, and then I also make
Let's debate. What is your topic?
I'm up for anything really. What do you want to debate?
Okay,
History or politics?
Politics. What do you think about Arabs in Europe?
Kick them out.
Kick
Europe
them
for
out?
yeah, Europe for Europeans.
Absolutely.
I don't even think Jews should be in Europe. So like I say, Europe should be strictly for Europeans.
Let's take a more difficult topic. World War II. What do you think? What did Adolf Hitler do wrong?
What did Adolf Hitler do wrong?
Yeah.
I think his optics was a bit off in the sense that even though he tried to get peace like more than 20 times, he didn't do what the Jews ultimately did, and they went to Western nations and rallied for support, and ultimately got the West and 3 superpowers and 50 other nations to fight against Germany, and Germany almost won, but it was obviously a bit too much.
Okay, so you're saying he didn't have enough allies.
Exactly.
I see. Okay. I would agree. What do you think about the Russian thing? Germany, UdSSR.
So the Soviet Union was like 85% Jewish. So the Jews just ultimately went, because you must remember, Leon Trotsky, even before World War II started, they had been trying to destroy the Tsar. And
yeah,
if you know anything about Russia, Russia was the most anti-Semitic country before 1917. 1917 was when they had the so-called Russian Revolution, which was also not the Russian Revolution, it was the Bolshevik Revolution. And essentially that's exactly what Hitler was trying to stop. But people like Winston Churchill, the reason why he got installed was because he owed people like the Rothschilds money. And who are the Rothschilds? We all know who the Rothschilds are. Like same deal with the USA. Is even to this day. Yeah, carry on.
But do you think Hitler could have done anything better? That is basically the question.
I think Hitler did the best that he could have, because I think if he could have done anything better, he would have. I mean, from the 1920s already onwards, he had been gaining support for the NSDPA. So I mean, he rebuilt Germany's economy from the ground up. He housed over 7 million people, all had them, in a job. He had the National Bank, the German bank. He redid everything. He even went into Austria. They were very welcoming there before World War II. There's not much that Hitler could have done more.
Not much. So there is something.
I mean, there's always room for improvement. I'm never gonna say that he was perfect, but he was definitely doing the right thing. He had the right idea, and he had the right vision for Germany and for Europe. It wasn't his fault that he failed. It was the fact that Jews were out to destroy that, because Hitler took that power away from the Jewish people. He ended the Jewish banking system, and I think that's actually what kicked off World War II the most. Besides fighting communism, if Jews didn't have a way to control the system through debt slavery, essentially, then that's bad for them. And I don't believe I don't believe in the narrative of the Holocaust, the story that's been told.
No, that's another topic. I'm talking about the war, not about.
Well, I mean, the Holocaust was part of the war.
Yeah, but it's nuances.
Yeah.
I don't really care about the Holocaust. I think Hitler did a lot wrong. I think Hitler should have never invaded France. I think going around the what is it called, the defensive line between France and Germany. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the
And
front line.
Hitler went. What is it called?
Are you talking about the front line?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Hitler crossed Netherlands to invade France. I think that was a mistake because the real enemy was in the east. It was communism, and Hitler
Exactly.
should have focused on communism. And Hitler obviously, when he declared war on Poland, France and Great Britain joined the war, and that's understandable. Okay, whatever. But I don't think Hitler should have conquered France, as I just said. I think he should just hold the line between Germany and France and just leave it like that and focus on the East, on the real enemy, communism. And by doing that, it would have been way easier to defend against the Allies. That's my opinion, but I don't know. That's just my opinion.
I don't think you're wrong. Like I say, I don't think Hitler was perfect, but I think he had the right idea for Europe. I'm not saying the invasion of France was a good move on his part, but a lot of people don't really focus on France too much. They more focus on places like Poland. But a lot of it's like I say, a lot of this history is painted in a narrative. So even with Poland, after World War One, when Germany's territory was divided pretty much between the UK, Russia, USA, and whatever's left for Germany. A lot of Germans were left within the territory that Poland now has, and they were persecuting and executing Germans in that area. They did the same thing when Czech Republic was still called Czechoslovakia. So they were doing the same thing there. And this is why he went throughout Prague. Why he went throughout places like Poland, because Hitler had asked, like I said, multiple times for peace agreements with, with UK, with everyone essentially, and no one took his peace agreements. No one took his peace deals. No one wanted peace with him. Even Neville Chamberlain, he was the prime minister of UK at that time. Before World War II had kicked off, he had been to Germany. He had often said to Hitler how he had restored Germany's pride and uh, made a better future for all of Germans. But they didn't like it when they got rid of the influence, because there was Weimar Germany, where we had all the transgender stuff, because that's what the book burnings were about. It was about burning that degenerate literacy, and then also communist literacy, essentially. So and people have painted a different narrative about that. I could go on about Hitler for forever. I've got so much information on him. I don't speak German very well, but I do have a lot of his stuff translated to English. I do have a lot of history that I've gone down into, things like National Socialism as well. Like I say, I agree with probably 95% of what Hitler did.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, same.
What?
Hitler never wanted war with the United Kingdom.
He never wanted war with the UK. He didn't want war with anybody. Even with France, they disregarded his peace agreements 4 different times.
Yeah.
On 4 separate occasions. So,
But
sometimes
from the as a German, from the French perspective, it makes sense that once Hitler invaded Poland, France obviously should have joined the war, because if Germany took all the Polish land that was once Germany, Germany would have been too powerful. So for the French people, it made sense to declare war, in my opinion, because Germany would be way too powerful. But at that point, it should have stopped. When French declared war to Germany, and it was over, I think it should have stopped. But the Great Britain and USA joined, and a lot of other countries, and that was messed up. It should have been a European thing, in my opinion, but it went way out of control. I don't know, man.
The thing is, like, even with the topic of France, so like I said, I don't think that the invasion of France was justified. But if you were in Hitler's shoes, what other option would you have taken when it comes to France? Because France had disregarded all the peace agreements, and then, like, we look at all the Nazi propaganda that they always talk about. France looks exactly the way that Hitler said it would. He said in 100 years it would look like this, and it's only been 80. So, like,
Yeah.
how do you kind of defend that? If Hitler was right on so many different things,
Well,
including France.
Let me look 1 second. Defense between France and Germany. It got a specific name. There was a line between France and Germany, and both Germany and France had a lot of bunkers between this line. I think Germany should have stood this line and don't invade France at all. Just stand at this line and defend it, and that should be it. I think taking France has taken way too many resources and manpower, because France has a lot of coastline, and that was bad for Germany. I think that was a mistake.
I agree.
And also, like, geopolitical, taking France was a no-no. It's just not a good look international. I think Germany just should have defended the German-French line, take our part of Poland, and focus on the defense to the UdSSR. I think that would have gone way better.
I agree.
Maybe the USA would have never joined if that happened.
USA didn't actually want to join the war.
I know, yeah. They didn't want to join the war.
Something like 92% of the Americans voted against going to war with Germany. In fact, they were protesting going. So when they were talking about going to war with Germany, like, a lot of Americans protested against it.
Yeah. Because back then the USA was very anti-communism, and Germany was defending Europe against the communism danger, and it makes sense.
But UK had been trying to, even before Winston Churchill was Prime Minister of the UK, he had been trying to, because he was very good friends with Roosevelt. He had been trying to get Roosevelt into a war with Germany even before World War II started.
Yeah, but before Great Britain had a king, and the king was not very, but kind of good with Hitler, and they were almost having like a treaty. But the Great British population, they were so much against the Germans and Hitler, so the king had to step back, and that's why Great Britain started to join the war with Germany.
So if I had to ask you now, like with Germany and Europe in general, actually, but let's focus specifically on Germany right now. What do you think should happen in Germany in order to, kind of restore Germany back to the way that it should be? Because right now you've got especially like a lot of Muslims running around, and
We have to deport like 90% of them.
so I do agree with you, but let's put it into perspective though, because this is how it's always going to end up going. So and this the same example can be used in France today, it can be used in UK today, it can be used in pretty much a lot of European countries where there's a lot of foreigners. So if we
Yeah.
had to try and start mass deporting these people, what I think is going to happen is that's going to end up in some sort of a conflict. So a lot of these foreigners are they're going to turn to violence, and they're going to start basically a big conflict with Europeans.
Okay, so you want to know what I would do if I was king of Germany?
Well, not just king. Like, what would you do essentially as just a citizen? Because I know you're not a king, and that's fine.
As a citizen?
Yeah, like what do you think the European people should do? Do you think that they should start mass deporting these people, and if it ends up in a conflict, people must just fight, or what's your peaceful solution to actually mass deporting them? Because I don't know if
Well,
there is one.
Yeah, there is one, absolutely. As a citizen, I have to vote for the right party. And my party in Germany, it's the AfD, the Alternative for Germany. And they want to, first of all, cut all the
Benefits.
benefits. Thank you. The benefits for the foreigners. And by that, they will stop coming to Germany. And if that's not enough, we have citizens with 2 passports, for example, the Turkish German people. We can take the German passport away. That's not a problem. That's possible.
Denaturalize them of their citizenship.
Yeah, we can take the citizenship away, and if they stop receiving money, they will leave without any force, without anything. They will do it themselves.
So a lot of people like me, for example, we look at Germany, and like even me, I do see that there's some sort of hope in the AfD. I think that's Germany's biggest hope right now. But do you think that AfD is gonna hold true to their promises? Because like with Alice Weidel, for example, she's married to I think she's like an Indian or something like that. So
Sri Lanka.
yeah, so why would she mass deport all these brown people, these foreign people, when she's she's with one?
Because that's the first step. Her wife is legally here in Europe, and that's for now it's okay. We get rid of all the illegals, and once we got rid of all of them, we can look at all the others. The first step, in Germany right now, we only have left-wing parties. SPD, Green Party, Leftist Party, they are all leftist parties. We have to establish a right-wing party, center right-wing party. The AfD is center right-wing. And once we get to establish a somewhat right-wing party, we can go on with more right-wing parties, you know?
And then I do have another question. I don't know if it's true or not. This is why maybe you'll be able to enlighten me. So another thing that we keep getting told around that circulates on the internet, especially when people were voting when when your elections happened, uh, and it could just be propaganda, to cause confusion. But a lot of people say that like Alice Weidel's grandmother was also Jewish. Do you think that's true?
I haven't heard of that, to be honest.
And then do you think?
But it's the same answer. It's the same answer. She got a Sri Lankan wife, and even if her parents are Jewish, I've never heard of that before. Maybe it's true, could be true. But we first have to establish a right-wing party, because we don't have any right-wing parties right now. We have only left-wing parties. So we establish a right-wing party, and then we can go forward to a maybe really nationalist party in Germany. It's
Yeah,
step by step.
I think that's exactly what I think that's what all European countries essentially need is nationalistic types of parties with ideologies that only favor the European people first. Like the immigrants have to come after that. The European people need to be taken care of first. Like you can't worry about immigrants and there's a bunch of Europeans that have problems in Europe. So Europeans need to be taken care of first. They need to be thought of first, and they need to be put first in every single aspect, whether it's jobs, whether it's housing, whether it's benefits, whether no matter what it is. I believe that Germans and all other Europeans need to be put first. Because right now people are appeasing too much to immigrants. But
yeah,
my follow-up question to this is, who do you think, in your personal opinion, and again, I'm not going to say there's any wrong answers. I just want to hear your opinion on it. Who do you think is responsible for ushering in all these immigrants? Like, who do you think is bringing them all in?
well, it's obviously the Jews. You can see it right now in Israel and Palestine.
Yep.
There are a lot of German cities who already agreed to take Palestinian refugees. So it's obvious.
But essentially,
Right.
left-wing Jews create the wars that turn into conflicts, and then right-wing Jews bring in the refugees into the West.
Yeah, I guess so.
Because they control both sides. I mean, you can look at any country. UK right now, Keir Starmer. So he's not actually like an ethnic Jew, but he's married to a Jew. His kids are being raised Jewish because you can only be a Jew through your mother, and he's actually got family in Israel as well. So he's doing exactly what what he's doing is not by mistake. He's doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of rabbis in history that have said, it's a good thing that Islam invades Europe because, Islam is the broom of Israel.
Yeah. I mean, it's not just rabbis, and it's not just the Israeli government.
Yeah, it's liberal people as well.
It's just like, do you know how many percentage, how many people in Mexico are Jewish? The percentage?
Probably not that many, but they're always overrepresented everywhere.
But what religion is the Mexican president? It's a female.
Yeah, she's Jewish.
Yeah, she's Jewish. Why?
Yeah.
99% of Mexicans are Catholic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. But this is what I'm saying. There's an overrepresentation of Jewish people in most Western countries. It's even like this even in Australia, it's like this in Canada, it's like this in the USA, and pretty much most European countries. In fact, even El Salvador, that guy that's running the president, he's also a Jew.
What do you think? Like, imagine you are back in 1934 in Germany.
Sorry, can you please repeat that?
Yeah, in 1934 in Germany.
Yes.
Do you think it's just one man who can tell the whole population of Germany that the Jewish people are a problem out of nowhere? Like the
No, of
Jewish
course
people
not.
did nothing. They did nothing wrong, but one Austrian man says the Jewish population is a problem. No, is that realistic?
Is it realistic for one man to tell the whole population that Jewish people are a problem? Is that your question?
Yeah, without any reason. Without any reason.
No, that would if it was for no reason, then that would be completely unrealistic. But we
That's
know,
crazy. That's
but
crazy.
we know from history that it was not for no reason, because
Yeah.
the Jews will always tell you what happened to them, but they'll never tell you why. So, for example, like even just your media, your media was controlled by at least 50% of Jewish people, and they were like 0.2% of your population. It's a gross over representation. They controlled the banking system.
They controlled all the banking system. They
Exactly.
owned all the houses. They controlled how much money the population had to pay to live. The German population was starving. They were starving. And why was that? Because of the treaty after World War One, the Versailles, in German Versailles Vertrag, the Versailles Treaty, and the Jews controlled this treaty. So it didn't really matter if it was Hitler. If Hitler wouldn't have existed, it would have been someone else.
100%.
But the treaty from World War One was the reason that created World War Two. It's so obvious.
It's a continuation war. So it's just a war
Yeah.
that continued.
Yeah.
No, I agree. And I fully agree. If it wasn't Hitler, then it would have just been somebody else.
Exactly. Yeah.
Seems like you understand the history very well, and that's I'm glad that there's still Germans in Germany that think the way that you do. It gives me like a little bit more hope, because me personally, I think even if it's from the USA or Australia, Canada, I think every white person right now should reconquer the entire West. So if that meant that all the white people from North America, from Australia and all that, if we had to all come, like me, for example, I'm from South Africa, there's 4.5 million of us here. If we had to all come to Europe and reconquer Europe, and literally, even if it meant another world war, if we had to come to Europe and reconquer Europe and then go to the USA, well, I mean, the USA, they could probably do it themselves anyways, but, what I want essentially is a white collective and white unity worldwide. So I know that that's not going to be every single white person, because just like in all of history, you always get traitors, and traitors sometimes will fight for the enemy side. So that's why, I don't just look at the Jewish people and think that's my enemy, but all white people are fine. I'm very suspect even of my own people, because I know that even my own people can turn against us. So I'm very suspicious of everyone. But what we need to do is we need to establish collectivism between all of us and get our numbers up as much as possible so that we could actually do something and fight back. And like I say, I don't think, I mean, obviously we all want to vote our way out of this, but like the UK, for example, I don't think they're going to vote their way out of it because the government's already been controlled, the government's already been subverted and changed so that it's working against the British people. So the only real solution, even though no one wants it, the only real solution that UK has, for example, is to have a revolution. So they need to be able to literally, kind of resort to drastic measures in order to get their country back. Because right now they're going to have to go against the government and they're going to have to go against millions of foreigners that don't belong there in the first place. So this is why I say, it would be good to if elections could solve these problems, but I don't think elections will solve these problems. I think ultimately it lands into more conflict even if you do vote for it. Even if you want mass deportations, for example, and you vote for the right party and then that party wants to implement it, I think what's going to happen is when that party starts doing that, a lot of the Muslims, the Africans, or whoever's in Europe, I think they're going to start revolting against that because obviously they don't want to be sent, they don't want to be deported. They want to, they'll literally put their lives on the line to try and fight and, fight for the right to be in Europe, whether they are legal or not. So I think it's not going to really matter if they are legal or if they came legally. I think because they're not European people and they're going to see European people as them targeting the minority people, I think that's where the problem's going to come in. I think it's going to kind of be like a race war.
I agree, yeah. And I am prepared.
The problem that, so I know it's not all of Europe. I know some European countries do have guns. But the problem in Europe, I think, is that a lot of these countries don't actually have weapons. You're going to have to resort to swords and, stuff like that. And the problem is the people that you're going to be fighting against aren't going to be playing fair. They probably already have all kinds of assorted weapons to fight with. Like in UK, you can have guns, but it's like very, very restricted. But there's already been like some Arab people, for example, that have brought in AK-47s, for example, into the UK. That shouldn't have them.
I don't think that's a problem because the foreigners are still in the minority, and for example in the UK, all the guys from the country yards, they still have guns. Don't worry.
Okay.
And even I'm from a city, and even I have guns. I have a crossbow. I have a lot of. I have. I'm not gonna say it because who knows who's watching, but I got some stuff.
That's good. I mean that's really good. Yeah, I'm happy I ran into you, and I'm happy I got to speak with you a bit about this, and you've given me a little bit more hope in Germany specifically because
You
honestly,
know what happened in Spain? It's never too late for hope. Spain was conquered by the fucking Muslim pieces of shit
the
for
Moors,
I think 600 years. The An-Aldus or whatever they were called.
the Moors.
And they took their country back.
Yeah,
So
and
it's
then
never too late.
they had about it was a war that lasted an all-out official war that lasted about 10 years. But yeah, they pretty much expelled. They killed a bunch of them off, and then pretty much expelled the remaining ones that ran. So yeah, it can definitely happen. But
and once they get rid of the Muslims and the Jews, the golden age of Spain started.
100%. I think it was like 1492 or something. when the golden age started.
I'm not sure, but could be.
Yeah, it was somewhere around there. I think it was either 1492 or 1496. One of those two dates. But yeah, it has to happen. It really has to happen. And we gotta collectivize and we gotta organize, and that's the only way this goes away.
I'm ready.
Well, if it ever kicks off, I promise you, I'm going to try get on a plane or a boat or whatever, and I'm coming to the motherland to even if it does mean that I have to lay down my life, which I believe that if it's not going to be us, then who's gonna fight for it? And if it's not now, then when is it gonna be? So I kind of believe that if we don't do something now, then Europe is lost forever, and I think our future generations are going to ultimately hate us for that because we never fought for their future. So
yeah,
I think that's exactly what has to happen. If it can happen peacefully, then that's the way that it should go. But if it doesn't, if it's not going to be that way, which I don't think it will be, I think it has to happen anyways. Nice.
I got this mask. Okay, was very nice talking to you. You're obviously a brother.
100%.
I will see you soon.
Nice. Good
Have a
to
nice
speak
one,
to you.
brother.
Nice to speak to you, dude. Take it easy. Keep well.
That's stupid. What the fuck?
I'll be right back. What are you doing?
Oh, fuck around in the bottom, man.
You see that behavior? No, I'm gonna.
Happening. One year.
What the freak?
Damn, bro, you blend in with the background.
Not debate, huh?
Oh.
निकालनी पड़ती है।
يلا عيب عيب
حكيت لي
شنو؟
قلت ابلع وحكيت
You know Eric Clapton? He go like. Oh, I messed it up. Either way.
Hey, you following me now?
Nah. Hell nah, nigga. You follow what's your name?
I've got it on stream. What did I say to you the last time? I said if I run into you again, it's because you're following me.
You streaming? What you do?
I've got the evidence.
Show me the evidence.
I've got it on stream. You recorded.
I'm recording. What's the name of your stream? What you on Discord?
Right? Twitch, Kick, Rumble, and YouTube.
You on YouTube? I want to see myself on YouTube.
Type in
What's
uncensored.
the name?
Type in
What's the name of your channel?
Yeah.
Who? Type it. You type it in.
Make sure you put the @ sign in as well.
Big. If I see you again, you following me this time.
Nope. Yeah, you're definitely not French.
What the fuck? Hey, what are you doing, bro?
Chilling in you?
Huh?
Just chilling?
Just chilling?
Pretty much.
You playing GTA?
No.
What do you say?
I said, no, I'm not playing any games. Nice, keep it up.
That's damn good. Ballo, let it game.
Yeah.
Oh,
What are you doing?
chilling in here.
No, just chilling. Is that a game?
No, just the background.
What is? Oh.
Up.
Guy, what are you?
I'm just a guy, like you said.
You look like cartoon guy.
Which one?
Well, the gay one.
That's coming from a Canadian. The gay America.
That's coming from a guy from the Republican. A guy who lives in a country where you guys can never win any wars. What's it like being a South American and you can't do nothing about it?
I'm not South American.
What are you?
I'm clearly South African.
That's even worse. My people wouldn't colonize half of your country, stupid. Nice mustache, by the way.
You were controlled by the British Empire. You didn't do shit.
No, I'm not. I'm controlled by the Portuguese. That's my country, stupid.
Why are you in Canada?
Because I work here, stupid. Why are you on here as a cartoon character?
And the Portuguese didn't colonize South Africa, the Dutch did. That's
Yes,
my people.
Angola.
I'm not in
And there's like
Angola.
5 other countries in Africa. Yeah.
Good for you. I'm not from Angola.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. We accomplished something you guys can never. And you won't ever. Even though you're white. Congratulations. The only thing the best thing came out of you guys was Elon Musk.
No, Elon Musk is
But
shit.
you're not even South African.
So what am I?
Nice mustache, guy.
South Africa.
South Africa.
Niggas know what the fuck going on.
Republic of South Africa.
Timo Hitler.
I'm nigga Hitler. Stop playing.
You Timo Hitler.
Yo, what the? Why is this? You're not slick. Oh, this guy has like this big thing. Oh, hey.
Nope.
Dude, take us away.
What in the hell?
What? Gay. What do you think, you the CJ and G or what?
Nah, bro.
Just waiting. Waiting.
What?
First blood.
So,
Okay.
ஒருத்தி
Concerned.
Hot Queen. Oh. Bruh.
Enough.
Base. Yo, what?
What's going on? Yeah.
That is. What's going on?
What's happening?
Is this like a deep fake or is it like a filter or what?
Just a filter and a background.
Well, I guess it was a background, yeah, but
Okay.
We got what the fuck? He playing the game? Yo, we got.
Not a drug dealer.
Buzzing about it.
The fuck out of France.
What the fuck?
What in the Kalogi mat?
Oh my god, I almost hit that.
Gay.
Yo,
Up.
hey, you are so AI, my brother.
Say again?
You are so AI.
I'm so AR.
Yeah, AI, artificial intelligence.
What What does that even mean?
It means you look like a video game character.
Okay.
Yeah, the way your hair, like the text, your hair is like it's not moving. It's just so fixed. At what? Oh shit! Nah, yeah. Point break period. Nice man, nice man.
Oh.
You made my day, dog. Not gonna lie. And you from South Africa? Damn, bro. Like the country, Ramaphosa. You see, shout out to Ramaphosa. We're doing great, man.
Ah, but that guy's a sellout, though.
I appreciate that, brother.
Sweet. Yes.
Hello.
Ahora yo ves.
Siguro, pas rounds.
No, walang kanin sis.
No, thank you. What? Joburg. Yeah, and you? Western Cape. Nice. Or I can do this. Yep. I don't know. I don't do it for the views. I do it for the content and then make videos from it. What do you want to show me? Why? It's not that it's not a good idea, but why do you do the drugs? What do you do with them? Isn't that essentially like hurting your community? So drugs are good. I don't know if that mentality works very well though. You're staying out of the gang violence at least. Good. Good. Do you study? Do you work? What do you do? Like I can respect you know, a hustle, but it has to be the right hustle. East Rand. I like you ever no, I'm still a while away from Sun City. Sun City is North Rand. I'm East Rand. So where Edenvale, Boxburg, Benoni, Brakpan, Springs, all those areas. That's East Rand. So say that again, please. I used to, but I don't have it anymore though. Don't need it. I got a gaming PC. I used to. I've been playing PUBG since it was like 3 months old. I started playing, yeah. Well, I haven't played games now in, I don't know, maybe about 3 months. But yeah, I play all kinds of first-person shooter games. But you know, PUBG is kind of outdated. You know, if I'm gonna play games, I'm gonna play things like Arma Reforger or Escape from Tarkov, or you know. You haven't played Tarkov then. If you want to know what realistic is, go play that game. Or what other game were you thinking of? Trust me. Go look at Escape from Tarkov. You'll never get a more realistic game than that. There's no game that beats that. Escape from Tarkov. No, no. It's a military game, so you either get to be like a USEC, which is USEC are the American soldiers, or you can be a Russian soldier, and then you've got like a stash where you've got gear, and then you put your gear onto your character, and then you go out and you loot and all that, but you also fight with people. It's an extraction shooter. Are you talking about Fortnite? Like DayZ? So kind of like DayZ. So DayZ, you also lose loot and all that if you die, but with DayZ, you don't extract from the game. So essentially, what you do is you've got a big city that you can choose which part of the city you want to go and join a raid, and then you take your gear, and then you go into the raid, and then you've got to fight like there's some AR, so like AR scavengers that you can shoot. And then there's also real player scavs as well, because you've got two different characters. You've got your PMC, which is your military character, and then you've got a scav character. So you can choose which character you want to be. But your main character is your PMC, so your soldier. And then you go out there, you do like different tasks, and you can loot, because you have to make money in the game as well. So you can buy more gear, and then you've got a hideout that you have to upgrade, where you can build a gym and a Bitcoin farm, and yeah, and so on. So what is with bands? And it's yeah.
Look nice.
Amına koyayım yayıncı.
You again, my friend. Remember me?
Not really, no. You
I
kind
do.
of look.
I remember you.
You kind of look alike.
Yo,
Up.
what wil jij?
Say again.
What are you playing?
Not playing anything.
Oh,
Just the
you
background.
look like nah, but your eyes. It look like you playing a game.
Else.
Where you from, Cape Town?
Joburg.
Joburg. Ja, hele anders van Joburg hier. No?
How's things going down there in Sober?
I thought ik het nog net samen gepraat, man. No?
Yeah, it's just the filter.
Ja, is de foto, ja. Nah, hier zijn bro wat ik samen gepraat heb. Voor de games. Oh yeah. I see now, ja. Look here, this is my buddy. Show me quickly.
Wat is leuk in
Show me.
de
Look here. Yo.
Doe das. Ik was bij toch niet te lang. Staan aan de buiten.
For what?
Can you see?
Yeah.
How you doing that?
Oh, you know you familiar about it?
From where?
Hmm? Are you familiar with it?
No, not really. I'm not big on the drugs.
That's not drugs, man.
Like I smoked weed for quite a while, but that's about it.
Wat gaan we uitzien?
Nee.
Hello.
Up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Kind of.
Wait. To really hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
where are you from?
Joburg.
So, but in you it says that you're from Gauteng, so I man. So maybe I figured that maybe you're from Johannesburg or Pretoria.
Yeah, I'm from Joburg, from East Rand.
Yeah. So I'm from Durban, but currently I stay in the Northwest province. Yeah. So I study here. So uncensored debate. So what do you do basically?
What do I debate?
You know, because I'm looking at your name. Are you a platform of some sort?
Yeah, I've started a platform for political discussion and historical events. And then, like, I just come on here and I also just talk to people.
What politics?
Politics and history.
Politics and history. Oh. So wat dink jy oor Suid-Afrikaanse geskiedenis?
Well, if you just ask me what do I think about it in general, then like I'm gonna say it's it's gonna get a very basic answer and say it's rooted in a lot of good stuff and it's also rooted in some bad history.
Yeah.
You got to be more specific though.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not. I'm just gonna look at the recent history there. I'm not gonna focus on what happened before '94. That's done and dusted. We sorted it out. But in recent history from '94 up until now, what do you think of a situation socially, a economy? Do you think also that the Rainbow Nation project has failed?
Pretty much. We've got a lot of
So what do you?
so like me, for example, I'll be honest, I've only got one black friend in my life. And him and I've been friends for about 2 decades now. And
Yeah.
him and I, we don't have any issues or whatever. We've never had a fight in our entire life. But if you take the overall population, so besides my friend that I've had for 20 years, if we take the overall population, don't you think there's like a lot of racial tension?
Mm, I think racially there is tension that I noticed, but also since I moved to um, so being somebody from Durban, I'm not exposed really to racial tensions. Durban tends to be a very non-racial and united community despite your race. So basically, I I even forgot that like the idea of rice came really late to me that okay, this person is white. So I never saw rice until a certain age, a very late age, because that's how Durban is to me. So, but moving into interior in Potchefstroom, I can see that fine. Like there is this apartheid cloud hanging. Okay, they still. Also, we have to separate. I can't just say white people and really have have a blanket approach when it comes to white people, because similarly in terms of black people you can't also have a blanket approach. So basically we were taught that there's two type of white people. You have English speakers and you have the Afrikaans speakers. So to me, the Afrikaans speakers tend to be more more of those people who want to be who want to isolate themselves. Nee? from a race. So they basically like Zulu people in a way. They like to they like to live in their own communities with Afrikaans people. And and then a lot of people find they may confuse that for racism. But it is also something that Zulu people do. That Zulu people would also prefer that would prefer to be led by a Zulu person. Would would prefer to live in a community with Zulu people. That's how Zulu people are. But nobody says anything about Zulu people. So I think that's the issue, and also the fact that the Remuneration project just tries to bundle a bunch of people together without actually looking at that these people are different and we have to respect their differences and not try and bundle them together and force that. Yeah.
So, do you know why I think that multiculturalism has failed and always will fail? Because it's never worked in the 373 years of history that we've had here. Never worked in the US completely. If you look at like Europe, there's a lot of problems going on there right now. It's happening in Canada. It's happening in Australia. It's happening all over. So, but this is the part where people start having problems is when it's forced. So what I'm trying to say is there's no problem if people have in-group preference. It's always been like that, always will be like that. Black people tend to want to live around black people, colored, yeah, and even in this country, it's a good example. There's colored people that live in colored communities, there's Indian people that live in Indian communities, and white communities. To have in-group preference is a natural thing. Like a lion doesn't chill with a buck, and a hyena doesn't chill with a cheetah, and a pigeons don't chill with eagles. It's just part of nature.
It's part of also it's part of being human. That's how
No, it's not.
it is.
It's not just part of being a human. It's part of nature. So all of nature works this way. So, like I said, you have you ever seen a lion relaxing with a hyena? Have you ever seen them become best friends? Exactly. So it's natural for people to be this way.
It goes also. I remember. Okay, when 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 I came to Potchefstroom, I felt more comfortable with Zulu people. Yeah,
And
because
there's nothing wrong with that.
so I felt more, and and there is nothing wrong with that. Similarly, also if we go to another country and if you see us like I I think it works in this way. The further distant you are from your grouping is the more comfortable you will get to the to the closest person that is to 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 your grouping. Like for example, if somebody goes and moves to China, and then they see another South African there in China, regardless of what language that South African speaks, they will feel more comfortable with that South African
Exactly.
because they don't know. But then when they are in South Africa, they will feel more comfortable with their own group. And within that grouping, also their own grouping themselves, they will feel more comfortable with this specific grouping. So people are more comfortable with their own. And we shouldn't really try and force people to you you know into this multiculturalism thing. I think it doesn't work, and instead of working,
It creates more
it
problems.
really problems. It creates problems and destroys what it's trying to actually do.
Exactly. So this is what I say about it is that the only reason why we have that racial tension is because people are trying to force integration on everyone, and nobody wants to do that. Everyone wants to be with their own people, and then they get called racist for doing that. So what I suggest is, everyone can still live in the same country. No one's telling Zulu people to leave. No one's telling anyone else to leave or whatever, whatever. Uh, but the way that it should be is that if we all lived in a society where we stopped trying to destroy each other, then we wouldn't have the problems that we're having. So, for example, if KZN is going to be all Zulu and Zulu people only want to live with Zulu people, and I got no issue with that. I'm not going to force them to go and live with even if it's a different group of Africans. I'm not going to force them and tell them, hey, you have to go and live with the Shanganis or the Tswana people. I'm not going to tell them to do that because I know that they don't want to do that. They're proud to be Zulu, and they should only be proud to be Zulu. They shouldn't be forced to accept somebody else's culture. So just like me, uh, you know, I'm a descendant of European people. I embrace my culture from Europe. Uh, I'm always going to be proud to be white, and I'm always going to have in group preference to white people. And just like my friend, so my one and only black friend, he's a Zulu guy, and I always tell him that he should become a nationalist for Zulu people. That's how proud he should be to be Zulu. He should never let anyone talk down on him for being Zulu. He should never allow someone to destroy his culture, and he should never let anyone destroy his people. And essentially, I feel like this about every people. I feel like this about anyone that you can name in Africa. I feel like this about all of Asia. So, like me, I'm not the biggest fan of Indian people, not the Indian people in South Africa, but the Indian people in India, because they're a different type of people. But at the same time, just because I don't like them doesn't mean that I want to see them destroyed. I'd rather want them to, practice in-group preference, stay with their own people, practice their own culture, do whatever they want to do, as long as they're not forcing me to be a part of that. And just like I will never force like a black person to be part of my European heritage, my European culture, my European traditions. If they accept part of that, that's fine. Like that's on them. But I'll never force them to do that, and I'll never try and destroy their group of people in order so that I can reign supreme. I don't want to be dominant over any group, and I think this is what the problem in history is that groups are always trying to be dominant over each other because we constantly have to be in each other's faces and in each other's presence. So the best way to do it is to practice in-group preference, because lions stick with lions, hyenas stick with hyenas, pigeons will always be with pigeons, eagles will always be with eagles, and so on. This is part of nature. Uh, everyone wants us to accept that we're all just the same people, but we're not. And the thing is, a lot of people, when you tell them we're not the same, they think that, oh, that's racist and it's like got something to do with white supremacy, and then they automatically assume you're saying something bad about other people. And I'll say this to you: people always want us to embrace diversity, right? Everyone wants to say, oh, diversity is the best thing in the world and whatever. And I don't disagree with that. But how can we practice diversity if people are going to say that we're all the same? We can't have diversity if we're all the same. It's impossible. So we either all different with diversity or we all the same with no diversity.
We are, I believe that we are the same in a sense that we are humans, yeah.
Yeah, I know for sure. No one's saying that. No one's saying that you're not a human. But what I'm saying is that we are not the same humans.
Yeah, we 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 are not the same people culturally, yes, and also when it comes to languages.
Even
I
genetically.
also prefer to be
Even genetically we're not the
different
same.
race in the
Even genetically we're not the same, but that doesn't mean bad thing. the fact that we are even different genetically, we different culturally, we different in many different ways, doesn't mean it's a bad thing. In fact, it means it's a good thing because it demonstrates diversity, doesn't it? Exactly. So we shouldn't look at each other as, oh, because we're different, you less and I'm more, or any of that nonsense. No one's saying that. What we're saying is we're different, and therefore we should be with our own people, our own in-group preference, our own racial group, our own cultural groups, because we can relate to them a lot more. I'm gonna relate with a white person in Europe that I've never met in my life just because of culture, more than I'm going to relate with anybody else in the world that is not part of part of my culture. That is just how it is. But it doesn't mean that I hate your culture. It doesn't mean that I hate you as a person. It doesn't mean that I think of you as anything less. It doesn't mean any of that. It just means that we're different, and that's fine. But I think where the problems come in is when we are forced to integrate with each other, and when we forced to be in a multicultural society where we have to embrace each other's cultures, especially when we don't want to. So I don't want someone's culture forced on me, and I'm pretty sure you don't want someone else's culture forced onto you, because it's not who you are.
Yeah, I about that I threw a mat like like a like a fourth tooth and nail for that not to happen your input.
Say again, sorry.
Like I fought hard for that not to happen your input.
You what?
Basically, so basically the university I'm attending, so they have this traditions in which basically they like impose a certain culture on you on us, and we must do what they're doing. So obviously, fine, the Afrikaans boys, the white Afrikaans boys who are the majority here, they will relate with them and they will be for it. But for me, it's different because I'm not used to this, and now they're pushing it, and now I really fought for to the nail and said, I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do it. Forget it.
But you see,
And
that
so
that's
yeah,
exactly my point though. So if I go to like a black majority area, they're gonna obviously expect me to conform to their way because they are majority there. So
yeah,
this is going to happen anyway. If I go to a colored majority area, they're going to expect me to, you know, fall into place with their culture and their way. They're not going to change because I decided to come there. If I go to Durban, to a majority Indian area, they're going to expect me to fall into place with their culture there. This is just how it is. So this is why I say the mixing of the multicultural society where we are forced to be in each other's spaces creates tension, and this is where all the problems start coming from. Because if I go to an Indian area and they force their culture down my throat, and I'm gonna say no, I'm not Indian. Like I'm a white person. I'm gonna practice my way, and if and then they're gonna see that as I'm forcing my culture on them, and they forcing their culture on me, and so that racial tension starts. Same like this with any group of people anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world, it's like this. So instead of that, we should have our own spaces. Doesn't mean that we can't all live in the same country. Doesn't mean that we can't work together. Doesn't mean that we can't do any of these things together and be in a society. But what it does mean is that we have to be able to set boundaries so that we can all have our own spaces where we can all be culturally who we are and racially who we are. That is the only way that we're gonna ever fix
anyway,
problems.
uh, I think in 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 South Africa's case we have to, because I I think in South Africa's case we have to to really enforce minority rights. Yes, to protect minorities. Also because we are a country of minorities. So I think South Africa would also be. I I'm kind of undecided on what South Africa would be like if most black people spoke the same language. I'm kind of undecided because within a black race as well, you have a variety of different cultures. So so I think that we are a country of minorities. There is no single group which can say really dominates in this country. So I think we have to really respect one another. Have laws which actually say, okay, let's respect each other and not try and really force our culture onto people. We can have what you call a common national identity, being South African, yes, but then in terms of culture, that should be different.
Yeah. So I'll give you another example of this. So it is a racial thing, but it's not just racial. It's also cultural, like you said. So I don't know if you've ever seen, like I'm on X, not every day, but almost every day. And if you see, like for example, the problems that Black South Africans have with, say, Zimbabweans or Nigerians, they have no time for those people at all. And you must realize this is now the same racial group of people, so Black African people that are now having problems with a different group of Black African people. But it's not over a racial issue. This is now over a cultural issue because Zimbabweans are culturally different to Black South Africans. Nigerians are culturally different to Black South Africans, despite them all being the same race. But the problem is when you invade each other's spaces, this is when the problems start.
Right. Okay. This is a question I've always wanted to pose to a white person, but I
Ask.
never got the chance to. Okay, so as Black South Africans, we can see we we can see if you're not a South African, like just by looking at that person. Just by looking at that person, we can see that this person is not from this country. So, can you guys, can white people see that as well?
Like, can we see if another white person's not from South Africa?
Yeah, just by looking at them.
Yeah, because we've got a certain aesthetic, we've got a certain way that we dress, we've got a certain body language that we carry, we've got a certain accent that we have. So there's various different ways that you can tell.
Yeah, so in our case as Black South Africans, their facial features as well are are really defining. So they really define where you're from. We can see that this person is definitely not from South Africa because also within a black community you have internal racism.
Yeah,
If I
tribalism,
may put
essentially.
it that way, so colorism, if if I may put it that way, so people from Africa, from other parts of Africa, tend to be very dark, tend to be really dark, tend to be really really dark, and also their facial features are different, and also they what do you call this? A pathology is different from those of of a South African, and for Black South Africans, it's really easy for us to really point out and say, no, this person is not from this country, and also accent wise, yes, we can tell, especially because some of our languages you some of our languages are really sensitive when it comes to accent. You can really point out that this person is not a native speaker, just like just like that. So yeah, it's easy for us to really differentiate between a foreigner and a South African.
So essentially, what you're saying is like you can tell the difference between black people by the facial features, by the languages, by certain like features of appearance. So
Yeah,
we can do this as well. I mean, I can tell the difference between a Slavic person. I can tell the difference between a French person or a Germanic person. I can tell the difference with even if it's a British person. You know, the Anglo-Saxons. I can tell the difference if it's a Celtic person. I can tell the difference if it's an Italian or a Spanish or you know, or a Greek person or whatever. These are all European people, but I can easily tell the difference. Yeah. So even with Europeans,
yeah,
it's not like we all just white and we all just like one blend of white people. We've got different, just like Africans, we've got different types of white people. We've got the Slavic people, Italian, Greek people, Spanish, Portuguese. You know, we've got all these different subgroups of white people. So we can also tell the difference. Uh, if you're asking if I can tell the difference, like when it comes to black people, uh, certain people, sure. Like if someone's more predominantly like on the Khoisan side, I can tell the difference. If someone's like a Somali, I can tell the difference. You know, if someone's Nigerian, that's a dead giveaway as well. Uh, but you know,
yeah.
yeah. So I wouldn't say like I know the difference between all Africans, but like there is some Africans that I can tell the difference with. Uh, it's just like I can tell the difference between someone from Argentina or someone from Mexico. Like they differ, but they're both South American.
Yeah.
It's like I can also tell the difference between a
Oh,
Chinese. I can also tell the difference between a Chinese and a Japanese. Yeah, because the Chinese have like a slanty eye down like this. The Japanese are more up like that.
yeah. Also within, also within the same language group, we can tell differences between Zulus as well, my people. Like we we have Southern Zulus and Northern Northern Zulus. So we all speak the same language, but then there are differences in how we speak a language. They are we have different words that you use for different things. For example, the word knife is pronounced differently depending on where you are from in KZN. Yeah, so those things, those minor differences you can also see. So basically, we can see that people are different. People are different. That's the point of the matter is that people are different, and we should just embrace that instead of trying to fight that.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
is why that is that's why I'm also against Pan Africans who say, okay, let us make Africa a country. Because those people they don't take into account people who are calling for Africa to be one country. They are failing to understand that Africa is not like Europe. Fine, Europe is also diverse, but then their diversity is not as uh, it's not as diverse to the extent that Africa is. Africa is a very diverse continent full of different people. Like over 5,000 languages are spoken in this continent, and you can't put so many people in under one country, you can't do that. Problems will arise.
So even with European people aren't just like united in like a pan African way that you're talking. Like there's no pan European European like they've got the European Union, but the European Union has got nothing. It's got nothing to do with everyone just uniting as one and everything is all merry go lucky and happy. And so you must realize we fought 2 world wars in Europe because and we fought each other. We didn't fight anybody else. So like the whole concept of even combining countries as one so everyone can be one people, it, it's completely delusional. It will never work anywhere in the world.
It is it is delusional. It is delusional and it can't work, especially in Africa. Africa doing that is just a recipe for disaster and civil wars.
Exactly.
It's just a recipe for disaster. Because we have to we have to now because we have to now have to agree on what language is going to be official, and there's so many languages that are spoken in this continent. And for example, no South African language is spoken to the extent that Swahili is spoken. Swahili is spoken by millions of people, and no South African language, even Zulu, comes close to that. And that means that as South Africans, let's say we agree to this one Africa thing, we we stand a chance to lose our cultures and our languages because of that. We 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 stand a chance to lose our 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 languages and our cultures, and also we now have to really we 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 now have to accept people in our society that we wouldn't have had to accept if this hadn't happened. Because let's be honest, nobody likes seeing their culture diminish. Nobody likes seeing that. Nobody likes seeing their place invaded by outside influence. Look at what is happening in London and France. Their culture is being influenced by people coming in, and also what annoys me most is that whenever people call out this cultural invasion, people are labeled as racist or xenophobic. That is what annoys me.
So the thing is, I don't think you should let it annoy you. So me, I get called racist, anti-Semite, Islamophobe. I get called all of those things. But I'm so over that. Like, it doesn't even bother me anymore. If people call me a racist or an anti Semite or an Islamophobe or, any of these labels that they give you, I just, instead of getting offended by it, I lean into it now. So I say thank you. And then I say, yes, I'm racist. I am an anti Semite. I am an Islamophobe. You take the power away from them if you do that. So the thing is, and I'll ask you this question, right? If what they like the Pan Africanists, for example, if they think that you know taking the continent of Africa and just making it one big country where everything is just happy and just daydreams forever from there on, that why do you like ask them why do you think borders were ever drawn up? And I know a lot of people say, yeah, but the Europeans came here and they drew our borders. And no, that's not even true, because there was borders before we
And
even
that's a
got
lie.
here. Well, there was borders before we got here. The reason why
and there were
people.
different times.
Sorry, I just want to finish this quickly. So the reason why
Okay, sorry.
in all over the world, I mean, Europeans didn't draw the borders in all of the world. Everyone drew their own borders, and it's to protect their cultures and to protect their ethnic group of people. That's the whole reason borders exist. This is to say, this is my territory. I don't want you to come into my territory, impose your culture and your way on my people, because we have our own way of living. We have our own standard and our own culture. This is why borders exist. It's for that very reason. It's to protect the people of a certain territory with their own culture, their own traditions, their own way of life. This is why we have borders. But yeah, that's me done.
And and really, I don't. To your point, I must say that people, the pan, the pan Africans really ignore history. They only focus on the part where where Europeans oppressed, but they don't focus on what happened before that. They don't focus on on a fact that no, Africa wasn't united before that. It was it was still different. We had our own right. We had our own groups. Zulu people grouped themselves. Sooty people grouped themselves, and also you, and and also within Africa, you had different groups trying to impose their own will and superiority on other groups. So colonization, in my opinion, is not something that is based on race, but is based on which group is superior on the battleground.
Who wants to dominate the best?
Yeah, it's not racial. It's not racial. Not nothing personal. I just want your resources, and it happened within Zulu people as well, who tried to take over other groups as well. It happened even before Europeans set foot in Africa. It happened. So also people were divided. You had different cultural groups, and and let's be honest also as well. If colonization didn't happen, I'm gonna speak about South Africa's case. You'd probably have 9 or 12 different countries. You'd have a country of Zulus, you'd have a country of Sotho people, you'd have a country of Xhosa people, you'd have around 9 to 12 different countries. So what colonization did is that find the negative effect was that it really brought people it brought people of different cultures. It really bounded them in within the same borders. That's what colonization did, because African countries are huge. So you have so many people within one country. Within one country.
Look, I'll say this too much. This much to you. So the 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 dominance over from one group over another has always been part of a history. So we only know that colonization happened in the 16th century, right? Because that's pretty much when Europeans really set out to go out into the world. But you you got to realize that it's not like everyone is just living happily, and then one day the Europeans just decided, oh well, we're gonna just go conquer the world. Because I'll give you an example of this. So in the 8th century, it was African Moors that came to Europe, and then they literally ruled over Europe. Well, not Europe, but they ruled over like Spain and parts of Italy and all that, and they were going up towards where like France is as well, and they did that for like 800 years. There's evidence of black people trying to take over places like Poland, for example, and that was in the 11th century, and this was all way before colonialism.
Yeah.
And then not just that,
And
not
also,
not just that. You got to go look at North America. So Vikings were in North America who actually predated what they call Native Americans. The Feather Indians, and they predated them. And then when colonization happened and those Europeans got to America, the Indian tribes there were busy trying to kill each other. The South Americans were also trying to get into that fight. Then the Spanish also colonized places like Mexico. Other Europeans colonized North America. So it's always been a struggle of power throughout the world.
yeah, and also the Europeans themselves were like colonizing themselves and killing themselves as well. Like France and the U the French and also the English were like.
So that wasn't like a thing of colonizing each other. That was a thing of competition. So like the French had their empire, and they were once a strong empire. But then like the British people, for example, they would be like, well, fuck these French people. We're not gonna let them take it. We're gonna go and take it. So it was competition. So we were like essentially competing with each other to say who's going to have the most power. This is all what it's all about. I mean, even with go look at the Mongolians. Go look at Genghis Khan and all those guys. They were all trying to dominate land. How do you think Russia became the biggest country in the world? Literally, Russia's the biggest country in the world. It covers over from Europe into Asia. How do you think Russia became so big? Because they dominated and they took land. That's how it happened.
Yeah, and that was how it happened.
Look at Germany. So after World War One, Germany used to be an extremely huge country, extremely huge, big country. And then what happened was everyone fought against the Germans in not just World War Two, but also in World War One. And after World War One, what happened to Germany's territory? It was split up between the UK, Russia, USA, and what was left was Germany. And then Poland ended up taking land, and then there was Czechoslovakia that turned into the Czech Republic that also gained land. So like everyone gained a piece of Germany after World War One, and then with that, there was a lot of German people that were still trapped within the new territory of Poland. So East Prussia used to be part of Germany, which is now part of Poland, and German people were stuck in the new territory of Poland. There was German people. There was like about 3 million people that were in Czechoslovakia. And then because these people were different and because of differences in culture and all that, these people, like the Polish, started attacking all the German people. This is why Hitler invaded Poland, is because he had been warning these people, he had been warning Poland over and over to stop killing German people, stop doing all this shit where you're killing our people. Same thing with Czechoslovakia. I mean, Hitler went right through Prague. He went right through the center of Prague because the Czech people were also persecuting and executing German people in when it was still called Czechoslovakia. And then he fucking just decided to invade everyone because he was like, he's not going to take this shit. And he had tried numerous amounts of time to put peace. Hitler had more than nearly more than 20 attempts of peace agreements with the UK, with USA, with Russia, with France, with all these people, even with Poland. And nobody wanted to take his peace offers. Instead, they all rallied against him. It's part of nature to wanna dominate over other people. But what I'm saying is, it's also part of nature to have your in-group preferences. And because we smart enough, because we are humans, we're the smartest animal on this planet, so we should have some sort of intelligence to be able to say, cool, we can have in-group preference, but we don't have to try and dominate each other all the time. You guys can live peacefully there, we're gonna live peacefully here, and then we're gonna thrive as a country. We're gonna all build our economy, we're gonna create jobs, but we're still going to be within our group, with our own people, culturally and racially, because that is the best way. To go against that is to go against nature.
Yeah, yeah, and also, yeah, that's I couldn't have put it. I could have not put it any better. Yeah, you really, you really hit a nail. Yeah, that's how we share the same sentiments there. Yeah.
Well, I mean that. So everyone knows Vervoet as the architect of apartheid, right? So there's a lot of things that are wrong about apartheid, like taking giving black people limited rights and excluding them from a lot of uh, you know education type of things, the economy, preventing them from growing on their own. And because the apartheid government was the one in power, they didn't grant black people the ability to do this, which is the part that I do disagree with. But the part that I do agree with, and this was out of I've even got a video here of a foot mentioning it, is that the idea of apartheid was not to oppress people or to dominate over them. It was just to all apartheid means is to it's separate development. uh, I think personally that it started off on the right way, but it ended the very, very wrong way. It went completely wrong because we've also been trying to fight communists here for a very long time. But I think that
I
we
think
yeah, go ahead.
I think I think him trying to really legislate it into law was the problem.
Yeah.
Because if you look at how South Africa was from 1910, even though you had discriminatory laws against black people, yeah, but also the situation wasn't too bad. It wasn't bad. Economically, it wasn't too bad. Even in the 20s, it wasn't too bad. But the problem started with apartheid when they tried to really legislate things into law, legislate racism into law, because you can't really say you want these people to really develop, but then however you are making laws which act, actively prevent these people from improving actually prevent these people from improving themselves. So that is what apartheid did. Basically, that is what it did. And of course, at first it looked sustainable that you have the supply of cheap black labor. So I thought. So I did my research, and then I came up with my own with my own with my own conclusions that maybe it wasn't supposed to go to that extent, but then when they saw the benefits of exploiting, that was when they actually pushed it. But then at first it wasn't about exploiting, but then it was about maybe protecting these people's culture.
So this is my stance on it, right? So I think that the idea of apartheid was good overall, but what I think is, even if we had to implement this in the future, what we should have done instead during apartheid days was we should have said, okay, you know what, everyone do that, everyone's on the same foot. So there's no suppression of anyone's rights or access to any resources or anything like that, but instead, uh, you know, we develop separately. So say for example, you in your black community, for example, and you've got a thriving black community, and I'm in my white community and I've got a thriving white community. And say for example, there was a certain service, for example, that you offered that I needed, that I couldn't get anywhere else. I could easily use your service. No problem. I'm supporting you even though we've got separate development, but I'm supporting you by using your services, and you supporting me by providing me a service. So everyone can thrive in the same country, but without being limited in any sort of way. So no violence against each other, no infringement on rights, no trying to dominate each other, none of that. So we could have easily made that actually a good thing, where we could have all thrived in a society under separate development.
I think one of history's unfortunate mistake was when South Africa was made in 1910. It was formed as a unitary state and not as a federation. That was unfortunate, but and also a fact that also the fact that we also still maintain a unitary state and not federalize things is a problem. That is why I'm for federalism. It's gets closer to that, because obviously we can't in South Africa today saying saying that you support separate development is not politically correct. I'm gonna get cancelled for saying that. I will get cancelled for oh,
You see,
I'm gonna get cancelled for like saying that. People will say that I I'm an Uncle Tom. People call me an Uncle Tom. Anyway, so yeah, that's what people will say. So I think federalism is a best way to really put it. Communities governing themselves, different communities governing themselves. Also within our so I support provinces really having greater degree of power towards their own affairs, and within provinces as well, you have different regions having their own
so
people.
federal law and then state law.
Yeah, yeah, federal law, and then you could have like subdivisions within those states that really do things for themselves. Because really doing that shields people from so many things. It shields people from. We can say that we want a unitary state, and we can fix South African need. We can say fine, we're gonna fix South Africa and maybe run this unitary state effectively. But it doesn't guarantee that in maybe 30 years or 50 years that an incompetent person is not gonna come in and take over and destroy everything, and now we's all gonna suffer now. Because could you imagine if provinces managed their own policing? For example, you would have a Western Cape with the best police system in the country, but unfortunately, because that is a national competency, they have to really deal with ineffective an ineffective police system, which is a national thing. Take take for example also the rails process. They have to deal with that. Take for example education as well. So that's the problem that that you get when you try to really have this blanket approach on everybody. As let us do this as KZN, we know what we want. So like allow us to implement what we want here in KZN. In the Western Cape, they know what they want. Allow them to do what they want there. And then if we see that what they are doing in in Western Cape works for them, then maybe we can try it here.
So essentially, what you're advocating for is, and trust me, I'm fully on board with the same thing because I'm often preaching the same thing to people. Is like with me, I believe like in a democracy, or when people want to implement communism or things like that, these types of people always want to have a very big government that essentially has too much power over people. And even in democracy, we have this. Even in South Africa's democracy, we have a government that has way too much power and way too much influence over people, and people don't have a loud enough voice to speak up and say we don't want this anymore. So I would prefer having a smaller government, just like and this is essentially what you're going for here, is with the federal law and the state laws, where people can govern themselves more than the government's going to govern them. So government, in my perfect world, I'd have a government, but a very small government that is only there to implement policy. They're not there to create it. The people of the nation should have the power, and essentially what the people of the nation with power should be able to do is create their own policies, and then all the government has to do is implement it. So put it into action. That's all that they should be doing. They're essentially just a manager. They're not the boss. They're just a manager. We the boss.
That is what a perfect society is, because we pay them, we pay it, we pay their salaries. So they should be listening to us, not other way
Yeah,
around.
but you
And
see,
also,
we pay them way too much though. So this is another thing that I keep saying, is that if we took government salaries and we reduced it to an overall average salary, where they're not getting hundreds and thousands of rands, they're just getting an average salary, you'll see all the corrupt people fly away. They'll all run away because there's nothing left for them to come and take. And then only the people that
yes,
actually care will be left to work in
and
government.
that's what I always advocate for, because I remember Nate, like the deputy president came here, Nate, and then with he came with with so many ministers, and then I saw this motorcade, so many expensive cars. I'm like, so what picture is this sending to people, that these people are now elite? That is that is the picture that these people are sending, that they are better than us. They driving in these expensive cars, paid by us. They have these salaries, and they're protected by these bodyguards. And we need to really go back to what the politician is. Go back to the basic. That the politician is somebody who is us and represents us. Basically, here in here in South Africa, what we've been doing is we have been electing people to be superior to us. We have been electing elites, making people elite through our vote.
Yep.
They paid millions, they paid millions. They paid millions, but they paid they paid way above average salary. They paid way above. They paid way above. They paid way above, and that's the problem that we have. They pay way too much, and then I think they should really cut on spending. So I support small governments, and in my opinion, government's only job is to really provide public services. That
Yeah.
is their only job, is to implement laws and provide services. I don't pay tax really to like. This may sound wrong, but then I don't pay tax for government to give people grants. I pay tax so that when I drive on a road, I see no potholes. I pay tax so that when I open the tap, clean water, safe drinking water comes out of the tap. I pay tax so that when I switch on the lights, I get lights and there's no load shedding. I pay tax so that when I send my kids to school, they get quality education, and when I go to the clinic, I get quality healthcare and I am healthy. That's why I pay tax. I don't pay tax for government to make jobs for people. And also that is not nowhere in a world has government succeeded in actually making jobs for the people. No way. No way. And I don't know what is wrong with me, with mainly the ANC and also the EFF. I don't know what is wrong with those parties because they follow a policy direction which is riddled with that which has failed all around the world. Socialism, communism, all these things failed in the countries which started these things. And also those countries really dropped those things and they're pushing it here. They're pushing it here and
That's always been here. It's not that they're pushing it here. It's always been here. What do you think the grants are? What do you think free healthcare is? I mean, go look at the USA. They've got food stamps. They've got EBT. They've got Section 8 housing. They've also got the NHS. They've got it in Canada as well. These are all Marxist. So this is the thing that you have to understand about socialism now, is that socialism is generally used today as like it's an umbrella term to describe the type of socialism that you're against, which is essentially Marxist socialism. So Marxism is the foundation on which communism was built. But I'll say this much: you're wrong in the sense that countries, I won't even say countries because it's only one country. Only one country has been successful with a government that provided people with jobs. Go look at Germany in that era of before World War II. So when Hitler took power in 1933, there was literally the economy was non-existent. They were spending 500,000 marks. So the currency of Germany at that time, they were spending 500,000 marks just for a loaf of bread. But when you got paid at the end of the day, you had to literally run to the store because the economy could change so quickly that that money could possibly, by the time you get to the shops, be worthless and you couldn't get bread. And let me say this much: Hitler rebuilt the whole entire economy. There was 7 million people that were completely homeless. He had he had like 99.7% of those people all inside of a home and working. Trust me. And within the first year, the first year of his power, so by 1934, he had already helped 3.5 million people get jobs. This is the only instance ever in history. In history, you can look at any country in the world. This has never happened ever before that, and not after that. Germany is the only country that ever did it. and it happened under the supposedly the worst person that ever had to live, which was Hitler. Now, me personally, it might sound a little bit white supremacist, yeah. I don't think Hitler was a bad person at all, because a lot of the history that was told about him, and this has been debated through many times throughout history and disproven, like with the Holocaust and all that. A lot of this history is misrepresented. And the only reason that they did this was because the Rothschilds essentially needed to establish what is the state of Israel today, which is why everyone has a problem with it. This it was done through the Havara agreement, where this is why I say that the Holocaust never happened, was because a lot of these Jews, they all got sent to places like Russia. They got sent to places like when it was still called Palestine, and they got sent to the USA. And the Havara agreement was essentially the transfer of Jews to Palestine with all their assets. Now, what kind of a murderous dictator that wants to genocide people sends a bunch of people to a country with all their money, with all their possessions, everything? What kind of, like, when someone robs you, they don't say, you know what, I'm not going to rob you, I'm just going to move you from here to there so that you're out of danger, but also take all your stuff with you. There's nobody in history that's ever going to believe that. Like, if you had to tell the police that someone tried to rob you, but they didn't rob you, but instead they just moved you with all your possessions, like, the police are gonna say this has never happened ever in history, never in history. And that's why I say, so going back to the socialism thing, is under Germany, under Hitler, they were called National Socialists. So they had some form of socialism, but only on a national scale. So what that means is it's got nothing to do with Marxist socialism, the type of socialism that you're referring to. It's got nothing to do with communism, because they fought very, very hard to defeat that. And what it means is that it's the same thing that I'm advocating for. It's a very small government with power to the people. The people get to dictate what happens in society. And while the German government did own certain aspects of businesses, but people were still allowed to have property rights. They had their own banking system. They weren't allowed to practice usury, which is technically illegal. Usury is, I loan you money and then I charge you interest. You have to pay me interest on that's usury. Technically, usury is banned. It's illegal. But only for Jews, only Jewish people don't practice usury. So when they take a loan out, like in the USA, for example, all they have to do is prove that they're a Jewish person, and they don't pay interest on their loans. They don't have usury. But only for us, everyone else that doesn't own the banking system, we practice usury. Why? Because that's how they make their money off of us. Germany got rid of that. Germany got rid of the Rothschilds banking system, created their own bank, nationalized their own bank, and they had absolutely no interest on any of the loans. In fact, if you took a home loan, you bought a home, and you had so you'd get 25% discount on every child that you had. So if you had 4 children, for example, that means that you had 100% discount on your loan. You didn't have to pay your loan back, because you were already doing a service to your country and making the economy strong. So Germany went from the worst, one of the, like, Zimbabwe level of economy, to having one of the most successful economies in the entire world. In the world. And he did that in like 3.5 years. That's the power of National Socialism. Now, I'm not saying that you have to believe in National Socialism, but there's aspects of it that you can adopt. So we'd have to get rid of the whole Marxism part of it in our democracy. We'd have to get rid of all the Marxism. So, for example, if you wanted free healthcare, just like you say, you have to pay tax. You have to be a contributing member to society. You have to do something in society to have something come back to you. Nowadays, you can be completely unemployed here, and then you can still get free healthcare. That's Marxist socialism. That means you don't have to be a productive member in society to benefit from something. You can go now and be unemployed and get a grant for relief. That's Marxist socialism.
grant. And I remember when Ramaphosa was making a speech, and he was saying more people are now on social grants, and then I'm like, this person, I'm like, what is wrong with you? I'm like, the fact that more people are on social grants is a bad thing, and that is an indication that people are poor. It is an indication that you failed. If I, the
So the
fact that
thing
more
is,
people are on.
do you really think that he failed though? Because we know him as a failure because he's failed us, right? But do you think that in his mind that he's failed? Because in my mind, the way that I see it is he's doing exactly what he's intending to do, and essentially this is how communism works. Is that, and it's how Marxist socialism works. Is if it's like if you control all the farms, for example, like if the government had to control all the farms, then that would mean that they control all the food. And if you control all the food, you control the population. It's the same thing with grants, for example. The more people you can get onto social grants, the more people have to rely on government for anything. And if people are relying on the government, that means you control the people. So in my mind, he's doing exactly what he's intending on doing. To me, it's not a mistake that what he's doing is. So what he's doing, he's winning. We suffering.
But he's forgetting a fact that as more people, fine, let's be honest, the tax base in South Africa is very small,
3%.
and mainly white people pay tax in this country. So it's a very small tax base, and also more people are retiring, more people are leaving a country, and as that happens, it shrinks, it shrinks, and it shrinks. So eventually, there will be no money left to buy these grants. They Where will the money come from? So they will have to take loans, which is unsustainable, and also they can do that to a certain extent. So they will they will reach a level where they can't pay grants anymore, and then when they when they can't pay those grants anymore, then so they will be dance because people will because they there's not there won't be they there won't be anybody to blame anymore because the communists tend 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 to really point a finger at people who have need and say, okay, a reason you're poor is because those people are rich, and so for us to address that problem, let us redistribute. Let us redistribute wealth. Let us cut their wealth, and so let us distribute the wealth and make it equal. So yeah, eventually those people will take their wealth and leave and fuck off. And then where will they take that tax from? From nowhere. So who will they blame eventually? They will have no one to blame.
Well, they'll still blame the people that took their wealth and left the country. They'll say, "Oh, well, those people took all the money and they left, and this is why the rest of everyone else is poor." There's a communist always has an excuse. Trust me, and you're right. And I've listened to a lot of the things you said, and I honestly think that you've put in a lot of thought into this, and I honestly agree with everything that you say. I think you're right with everything that you've said so far. So don't worry, you're on the right track.
Yeah, yeah, because so their policy basically is fine. Make everybody poor. No, no, no. Make everybody equal, but then make everybody equally poor, but also make other people equally rich, which are which essentially is just them those people who run. Because socialists and communists, when they are in power, they try to really get rid of get rid of a means of means of ways really to challenge them. They get rid of ways to challenge them, and also they don't like they don't like a dissenting voice. They don't like dissenting voices, and also they don't like that. So they try to really move away from that freedom of speech. They try to really move away from that. Say that this is the only way, and also people who will challenge their rule and challenge their privilege. So I see socialism as a form of capitalism, but 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 only to benefit politically connected people at the expense of everybody.
But that's how it works, though.
So they
It's like I said, it's designed and it works on purpose this way. So essentially, what it's supposed to do, it's like you said, it's to redistribute wealth across everyone to make everyone poorer. And what happens when you're poor? You don't have money to just go and buy things, so you take out debt, you take out loans and stuff like that. They literally want you to take those loans because essentially what that means is once you've taken that loan, you have to go and work somewhere and you have to go and pay it back. So this is it's all part of the machine. And the thing is, you're never going to get ahead of it. You're always going to fall more and more behind. You're gonna always fall more behind because already the cost of living that we have here is unsustainable. I mean, electricity prices are crazy, food prices are crazy, fuel prices are crazy. Everything's crazy. Like everything's expensive. We living like hand to mouth all the time. And if you want to do anything in your life, you have to go take a loan. If you want to even just put a deposit down for a car, I mean, you can't just go quickly draw a couple of like say 20, 30 grand and be like, cool, yeah, I'm gonna put a nice big deposit down on my car. No, you need to go and take loans and all this. You have to go and finance a car, and it's all like essentially what debt is it's just slavery. It just puts you into a position where you no longer have no choice. You're in a binding contract because if you don't do it, then you're gonna suffer, or you can't work, or you can't own a home, or you can't get a car, or you can't do anything essentially. So you have to go and take out a loan to get something, and then because you went and took out a loan to get that thing, now you have to use that very thing to try and make more money. And then what do you have to do? You have to go and work, and then it's a whole cycle. So you're just working to pay off debt all the time, and you're never going to get better. That's all a machine.
as all machine, but also there's this term that they've been tossing around in recent years. Fine, they the term has now lost momentum. White monopoly capital. So they've been throwing this term around, but also we must find. Let's go back to 94. Obviously, because of what happened in the past, the economy is, was at that time was obviously going to be centered around white people. Fine, but their problem was, and they failed to really see this. They failed to see, And I'm not gonna say they're failing who see it, but then the people at the ground, not not politicians, but then average people who support PEE, average people who support these policies. They felt you see that these policies are actually the policies which actually enabled white monopoly capital. Because we complain and say white people they like they have this influence in the state. But let us ask ourselves, how did they have that influence? Let's start with BE. So BE basically essentially what it says that you must give 30% of company ownership to a black person. 30%. That's a lot, fine. Obviously, the people who will get that 30% is not ordinary black people, but it will be people connected to the ANC. So so now the white business owners give they give this 30% to those politically connected people. But then we need to also think. Business people always think for their interest. They always put their interest first. So obviously, if they give the 30% to this person, they will expect something in return from these people to protect their businesses, to protect them, and to also maybe make make barriers to enter certain markets higher so that they don't have competition. So that is what BEE has enabled. Because think, who owns shares? No, who is part of government right now and owns shares at 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 MTN? And think why it's so hard to really open a network company in this country. Who in government owns shares in the banks? And think why the barriers to enter that market is so difficult. So basically, this PE thing has enabled the has has enabled certain people in the private sector to really collude with these people and really protect their interests and monopolize their businesses. Not because these people were evil, but because this policy enabled them to do so. Because I think if they were given like if 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 if, if BE never existed, there would be no reason for like a white person to like try and get a connection in, in government. People only do those things. People only do those things really to protect their interests if they feel threatened. If white people don't feel threatened, if white business people don't feel threatened, I don't think they will see a reason to really do that.
So can I get you to think here a little bit? And I don't want you to think that I'm constantly just blaming one group because I've mentioned them quite a few times. But like I'm not saying white people don't own businesses in this country. I personally know, like I've got my dad's friends, for example. They have engineering businesses, but that's all. That's nothing major in this country. But if you go look at the industries that are controlled, like let's take the mining sector for example, something that's a very very big contributor to our economy. Go take a look at the mines, and then take the names, do research on those names, and see who it always comes back to. I'll give you an example of this. So uh, go look at like the diamond mines. Just one example. Go look at who owns all those diamond mines. Now, in complexion, those people look white, but are not white. Because this is where most people get this confusion, is that they think Jewish people are white people. So, and I'm gonna explain it to you. So what it means is when people around the world, when they think of African, they don't think of a white person, they don't think of a Chinese person or an Indian person. They think of like specifically sub-Saharan African. And they will automatically think black person. Am I making sense so far? So when people talk about white people, when people talk about white people, for example, this is why I was speaking about all the identities of white people earlier, like Italian, Spanish, blah blah blah. You know, all these people. A lot of people are gonna look at these and say, "Oh, but they're not white." You know, they're like kind of darker in complexion. But European identity is white. So Jewish people, even Arabs and European people, these are all Caucasian people, but only one of them is white. So the white identity is very specific to European people. That's the only way that you can be considered white, is if you were a European blood. So, and trust me, you can go look up Times of Israel, which is the media of Israel. They themselves don't call themselves white. They constantly say this over and over, that they're not white people. In the USA, Jewish people are also considered a protected race. Doesn't include white people. And I'll ask you this even further. You know, if Jews were actually white people, why can't we, as me as a white person, claim to be like something, when somebody shows hate towards me as a white person, right? I'll never say, oh, but that's anti-Semitic, because I'm not a Semite. I'm not a Semitic person. So this is the problem with a lot of people, is that they confuse Jewish people that have a light complexion with people that are white, like me. I'm not white. I'm not Jewish, so therefore I cannot claim to have something that's like I can't claim anti-Semitism because I'm not Jewish. But Jews are constantly labeled as white, yet they always crying about anti-Semitism. So how does that work? You know, it surely can't be the same thing then. And so that now that I've got you to understand that much, go and look at all the mining industries, specifically like you know, the diamond mines in this country. They're all owned by Jews. They're not owned by white people. They're owned by Jews. Go look at what is one of the biggest exports in Israel. One of the biggest exports in Israel is diamonds. Israel doesn't have a single diamond mine. They get it all from Africa. And then what happens is, because they are the ones that are busy controlling the biggest industries in this whole entire country, yeah, sure, we run businesses as well, but they're controlling industries. They're controlling our economy. And this is where the whole white monopoly capital comes in, is because a lot of black people see Jews as white people, therefore they own the industries, so white people control the economy. This is how this whole thing comes about. We don't, me personally, I don't control the economy. I can't even get a fucking job. I have to try and make my own way. I trade Forex online. I mean, I have to try and make my own money because I can't get a job. And it's primarily due because of my skin color. So like, what kind of people own the economy but can't get a flipping job in the economy? Like, where does it make sense? You know? So it's not even me or white people in general that own the economy. White people do have businesses, but so do black people, so do colored people, so do Indian people. You know, everyone owns businesses as well. But no one's controlling the economy except for one particular group of people. And those people, it's not even the government. It's not even the government that controls it. The government still works for these people that are controlling it. They just the biggest beneficiaries of it, and the rest of us as South Africans don't get anything. So you as a black person, colored people, Indian people, and white people, Chinese people, all of these people, we don't get nothing out of the deal. All we get is racial tension between each other because they want us to blame each other and fight and whatever. And then that completely takes the mindset of everyone off of the real issue, which is dealing with the government and taking what is rightfully ours as a country and owning our own economy. And we can't do that. So does any of that make sense to you?
It does. So, yeah, so in terms of how really fix our economy, I'm a fan of really a Southeast Asian model. I'm a fan of that. Uh, how South Korea, Taiwan, and also Singapore, how those countries were able to really improve. So I always say to communists and also socialist people who call for land, land expropriation without compensation, people who call for nationalization of mines and banks. I always tell them that look, the most important asset in any country is not its minerals, not its land, but the most important asset in any country is the people. And like any asset, like land, for example, you if we do not develop that land and invest in that land is useless.
Pretty much.
Just like yeah. So similarly with the people, if we don't invest in the people are also useless. So how to invest in the people? Education, just a, give them a good education, skill them up, give them skills that they would need to really compete within an economy. That is the only way that I see we can really improve, because we complain about unemployment, but then we must look at the people who who we must take a closer look at why people are unemployed. And South Africa suffers a lot from structural unemployment, meaning that people they are unemployed, but then also they have nothing to offer to the economy. They have nothing to offer to the economy. We have basically in South Africa, once you finish matric, you become useless basically, clearly because that NEC does nothing for you. You have learned nothing in school that can help you to compete in the economy. We need to invest in skills, critical skills. So, a Department of Higher Education published a statement. I think maybe 3 years ago. So it listed it listed in this document list of scarce and critical skills in South Africa. But they did nothing. They just released that document and just did nothing. They spend billions of rands on NASFAS. And let me tell you something. Almost the majority of people on NASFAS study degrees which will not land them employment after they finish school. They study these degrees like theology, they study degrees like they study so many things like ancient languages degrees which are not economically viable. Like, which person is going to hire somebody who studied theology in this economy or any other economy, for example? So we need to really fund skills that people can use when they finish school so that they can compete and also have a business-friendly environment so people can start businesses. South Africa is very anti-business. When South Africa is anti-business, our policies are anti-business. People can't start businesses. It's difficult to register a business in this country. And also, I would like to see small and medium-sized businesses exempted from corporate tax, because in 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 South Africa, less than I think less than 1,000 companies pay corporate tax, pay the bulk of corporate tax. So why are we burdening these small businesses with corporate tax if that corporate tax doesn't amount to much? Let them not pay tax so that they can really expand and maybe employ more people. But essentially, investing in the people is a best option, because countries with no mines, countries with limited land, they're richer than South Africa when it comes to the economy. They're more productive than us. Countries like Taiwan are more productive than us, with less people than us, with less natural resources than us. Taiwan is like, I think, even smaller than KZN, but then it's more productive than it's it's more productive than a rest of South Africa. That is the problem that we have. We have unproductive people because people are not invested in when it comes to a skill set.
You see, the problem, the other thing that also holds uh, the average South African back is that people are often expected to go, and I'm not against education. I think it's great, but and I think people should go and study more, like to go and study a trade more than anything else, because those people will be a lot more useful in society. But not just that, you know, back in like apartheid days even. So what we what essentially what like specifically us white people, uh, black people did it as well. Colored people also did it. I don't know so much about Indians, but what we would do in those days is, say for example, if I had a business and I had an engineering business, let's say for argument's sake, is and I understand, some businesses you need certain qualifications to do certain things because it's just part of regulation and it's part of law. But let's just say, for example, if it was a welder, I would have an apprentice, so I'd have a certified welder that's doing the actual work, but I'd have an apprentice with that welder. What essentially he would do is he'd be teaching this apprentice how to do this type of work. And he would be practicing and he'd be perfecting the art of welding, because welding is an art. And then essentially when this guy has developed the skill to go and do that, companies would go and pay for him to go and get his actual qualifications. And if he passed those qualifications, I mean, I'm sure you can still do it in businesses today, but people don't do it anymore. People don't have apprentices anymore. So if you wanted to become a mechanic, for example, you could be a mechanic, and you could become a mechanic by being someone's apprentice, and you would learn how to work on various different kinds of cars, and then once you've understood how to what the whole game is about, they would send you to go and get your qualifications, so you could be a qualified mechanic. Same thing can happen in a lot of industries, and essentially what that would do is it would eliminate the backlog of people trying to get educated to try and acquire a skill, because you're not going to go into a college, for example, learn mechanical engineering off of just theory without practicing it. So you need a practical and you need a theory. same like me. I went and did my electrical engineering, right? So I did back then. Pre N1 still existed. So pre N1 doesn't exist anymore. But I went and had to do pre N1, which was essentially like your grade 10, grade 11, then N1, N2, N3, N4, and then you get up to N6 and all that. So the problem that I would see with a lot of people, because I'm a lot more, how can I say, technically minded. Some people are not like they don't have that, because I grew up my whole life with a spanner in my hand, helping my dad fix shit, doing all that my entire life. I mean, by 11 years old, I was servicing my own motorbikes, because I used to ride off-road motorbikes and all that as well. So I've been able to develop that skill set way early on in my life. But some people want to go and learn how to do this just by going to college, and it doesn't work that way. You've got to have the mindset, you've got to have the understanding of it, and this is why apprenticeships are so important. Is because if you put someone through an apprenticeship and they do the practical side of it, there's no substitute for experience. There's absolutely no substitute. I don't care what you go and learn. It doesn't that learning something in theory doesn't translate to you being able to do it with an action. The only way that you learn is through experience. That's the real way to learn. And then after that, then you can go on to get your, you can go on to get your qualifications, because you understand the practical side before you've even got to the theory.
And that's so important. And that is important. You cannot substitute that, and that is really important. And that is why I also said part of a biggest contributor to unemployment is how our is is how our education system is structured. Basically, that is also a contributor to unemployment. More, it's more theory, less practical work.
So the thing is, essentially what you're saying is we've got too many people trying to go get an education, but we don't have enough people in the workforce to create, to create more jobs, more work. So essentially what's happening is the businesses are dying down, and the people that are going to get an education is going up. So you've got way more people that are going to come fresh straight out of a college, in trying to get into a society to find a job where jobs are literally decreasing. So you've got more people with education now and less people to provide you with a job.
Job. Also because the type of education they get is
Yeah, 100%.
is a problem, because people really confuse the purpose of what university is for. People, especially us as black people, it's they confuse it. People think university is basically a factory for employees. It's where workers are made, but that is not the point of university. The point of university is basically a place where bored rich people go and get extra education. That is what university is, where people with money can go and learn something that they don't have to. But then that is what university is. University is for academics, people who like learning, 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 and studying. People who have a lot to do with a free time, and thus they choose to study during the free time. And I'm not disputing that they are programs in university that really can get you into employment, but then there are few, like less than 20% of programs offered in university are economically viable. They are scarce, like they're really scarce. A rest, they are just academic degrees, which are just for useless knowledge. In fine, not useless, but in useless in the economic sense. You're not going to get a job with that degree. So many people are studying those type of degrees, and also for some people it's a lifeline because I was speaking to somebody who said that they finished matric in 2022. So they were sitting at home doing nothing. So basically they decided to just come to university and just study this useless degree that they're studying, which is politics. So they studied that degree and they said at least they're getting paid. So for some people, it's it's a means of survival in a way because some people go to university just because they want that allowance from government, and also for some people it's a trend, like oh I went to university, so yeah, that's the problem that we have as well. A big mismatch between the skills that the economy needs and 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 skills that uh, labor market has to offer to that economy. Also because we have laws which prevent the economy from hiring the little people that do have those skills because of preferential employment, these equity things. Like if there is no black person who has a certain skill, we need to accept that and just hire the white person. But because of these things, these laws that 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 they pass, they make it difficult. They they really make it difficult.
So I
Let's
think
see.
I
We'll
think
look at
I think that there's so I know you're using hypotheticals and that's fine. Uh but if I'm gonna speak realistically, I think that there's skilled people from every race. So I think there's people that are skilled in this country that are Indian, even colored people have a shit ton of talent. Black people have talent, and white people have talent. And instead of trying to put a certain group or whatever in a certain position just so that it can run correctly, we should be putting our best foot forward with all the people that have a skill set and talent. And the people that aren't at that level, again, we should be putting these people under the, I don't know if supervision is the correct word, but like essentially under the training of these people that have the skills already so that they can pass on that knowledge and so that they can start to create more generations that start developing skills and start developing knowledge and start getting into positions that benefit the country. So I know that it's nice for some people, and I am kind of speaking specifically to black people here because I often see them bragging about PhDs, uh, and yet they always complaining that they cannot find a job. And I always, and it's like you say, it's because they go and get the wrong education. They get an education that is completely useless, that nobody wants to hire them over it. And they think because, oh, well, I've got the PhD there, that means that, I can just go do anything now. And this is the problem with society, is that they've been told that education equals intelligence, and intelligence means that I can just do whatever I want. This is not even true, because education doesn't it does not equal intelligence. You can still have a PhD and be a complete idiot. Trust me, I've met too many of them. Too many of them. I've met people like this. That they think because they're highly educated or whatever, that they think that they the most intelligent people in the room. When I've seen the most basic of people school these people with logic, because a lot, for the most part, I think a lot of people lack logic. They can't think logically. I think this is all where it stems from with the root. But yeah, we definitely need to bring back a form of like apprenticeship where we can have skilled people in priority positions, but then these skilled people have to ensure that that they go out and they hire people. They don't have to make their whole workforce just apprentices, because then the whole business will fall apart anyway. But I think apprenticeship should be implemented back into uh, companies again, into businesses, so that people can, instead of going to college straight away, they can go do a bit of the practical work first before they actually go and study in a college, or get a degree, or get a trade even, so that you know uh, it kind of boosts the whole thing, and it will promote more job creation. It will promote job creation, and it will essentially, it might be difficult at first, but I think in the long term, it would start to accelerate uh, a growing society of people that know how to do shit, so people that have skill sets.
Know how to really do things, and also and also we need to really instill a culture of independence. And also another problem that we have is also wanting to work. Like everybody wants 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 to go get a job, and behind nobody wants to take that initiative to start their own business. Because take for example somebody who has maybe knows mechanics, has was taught maybe by his father, and has been fixing cars since they were a teenager. And then they yes, they've been fixing cars. They know how to fix cars, and now they get the qualification to just put it on paper that fine, I can do this shit. And then they just start their own business, because a lot of people, and then I think such a business would be viable in South Africa, because so many people don't have car insurance, so like, and they can't afford car insurance, so basically this 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 would incentivize them to actually go to this person and and repay the cars to that person, with that person, yeah. And also, if that person grows. Hey, my phone's shutting down there.
Ach, it's all good. I mean, it's 3 o'clock in the morning anyway, and
Yeah, yeah.
it was
Add
it was
me.
good chatting to you.
Add,
That's maybe him gone now. Yeah, there he goes. Yeah, I'm gonna call it a match as well. A very long one. Peace.